kick, a punch, a pose!
Stupid penguins!
Rats! Another goal. Hi everyone, Mike Nelson here from the Sci-Fi Channel's Mystery Science Theater 3000, along with Crow-T Robot.
Can't talk, must play.
And Tom Servo.
Block, kick, punch!
The good folks at PlayStation Underground asked us to take a look at some of their work from the past year.
Yeah, meaning they bought us off with a bunch of PlayStations.
And a mess of neat games.
And we're going to head in the theater in a minute, but first I just want to get one more goal at NHL Face-Off 98.
Meaning you fairly stink at it.
Hey.
Man, my arms don't work, and I'm doing better than you. Jump, kick, turn!
Yeah, Mike, why don't you go back to playing Pong?
Yeah, face it, Bob, you'll never master the subtle power of Parappa the Rapper.
Or the lightning-fast reflexes of Crash Bandicoot.
Oh, really, Crow? Is that why Crash keeps getting pummeled by penguins, huh?
Well, it's slippery in there. Hey, come on, Bandicoot, you big thing.
And, Tom, I noticed your onion head guy has fallen down a lot and, well, farted.
Yeah, I want him to do that, okay?
Well, don't get cocky. It's going to get rocky. We're going to head into the theater now. It's
Underground
time!
Oh.
This is it, pal. PlayStation Underground CD Magazine. The first and only compact disc gaming magazine produced entirely with you, the addicted, in the know, dedicated to humiliating your best friend gamer in mind. Each issue is slam-packed with every ounce of exclusive inside information and demos, imports, hints, and cheats that'll rock your PlayStation right off that doily-covered wood panel TV your mom gave you.
Call 1-800-983-SONY. Get 4 issues, 8 CDs for only $29.95. Get it today.
Round 1. Fight! You win. Round 2. Fight! You win.
데뷔한 야와. 이거 서조시다. 야마도가 이.
Nice shot. Nice on. Nice in. I've been with Sony since 1984. I actually started out at Sony Music in Japan doing legal and business affairs work, negotiating agreements, drafting contracts. Then I moved on to actually when I went to New York to promote Japanese artists in the American music business. Then I moved on to the PlayStation business. And I've been with PlayStation now for about 2.5 years. Both businesses depend on good software. If you don't have good music, good artists, you're not going to be successful in the music industry. That's also true in the video game business. Unless you have a good developing team, good artists that bring out compelling, exciting software, you're not going to be in this business for very long. If you look at the PlayStation today, it's best described as being the #1 video game platform in the United States and around the world for that matter. No matter how you look at it, whether you're talking about the installed base, the number of hardware units that we have, the number of titles that we have, or if you're talking about the pricing on the hardware and the software, you know, we're always in the leadership position, no matter which angle you look at it. The most important thing that I think we're doing different from our competition is making sure that we are delivering what the gamers want. Making sure that it's a challenging game, that there's discovery, and that there's immersion, that it presents the overall entertainment value that everybody is looking for.
Touchdown Packers!
One of the things that I'd like to see in this industry is the ability for the industry as a whole to find and nurture new talent, whether it be artists, whether it be programmers, to be able to push the boundaries of video gaming and game design. We actually have a program called Yaroze, which allows our Yaroze members to develop games on their own PCs and share it with other Yaroze members. And that is in fact our attempt to nurture the future talent in this video game business. What I've learned from Yaroze is that some games on Yaroze may not look visually appealing, but there's something in those games that compels players like myself to spend hours on that particular game because there's something about the game that pulls you into the game. And that's the depth of the game. It's also the concept behind the game, and I'd rather spend time with a game that maybe is not so beautiful, but has that, you know, that immersive quality to it. One of the most important things that I've learned in this business is, #1, never to be complacent. Always be at least 2 steps ahead of your competition, because being 1 step ahead, that doesn't count. Even if you're in a leadership position, you need always to look at yourself as being a challenger. Otherwise, you become complacent, and once you become complacent, everybody else is going to pass you by so quickly that you won't even know that you know what hit you. One of the favorite ways actually for me to keep in touch with gamers is to actually go to video game specialty shops, you know, just chat with some of the people that are playing the interactive displays, and you know, just ask them, so how do you like this game? You know, what do you think could have been done better? And just chat with them, because you know, they really know what they like, what they don't like. They're also very honest about their opinion, and I value that very much. You know, I always try to spend time looking at emails from gamers. I spend time trying to also look at complaints that we get, because sometimes that's more important to me in improving our business than some of the compliments that we get. I have to tell you, I love the PlayStation Underground, and I'll tell you why I like it so much, or why I love it so much. It gives us the ability to communicate with the video gamer in a very unique way, so that you know, you can keep up with what's happening in the PlayStation world. The most important is we are able to get your feedback in terms of how you look at the PlayStation as your video game platform.
grab a mop. There's gonna be guts on the ceiling. Yikes! Ow!
He's basically a parody of 1930s superheroes, Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, that kind of thing, but also with an element of the cartoon side. We just wanted this superhero who was very overconfident and believed in himself so much it was ridiculous.
Oh, I'm good.
It has 22 wheels, weighs almost 40 tons, and cost over $1 million to build and operate for a year. Inside, 55 people at a time can preview unreleased PlayStation games in air-conditioned comfort. It's the PlayStation Truck. Soon, it could be coming to a town near you. Right now, it's logging 5,000 miles a month, appearing at sporting events, concerts, fairs, and festivals in a year-long tour. What makes it all work out? Special technology and a unique team of 3 people.
I've been driving the bigger trucks probably 30 years. Well, it's the smoothest ride I've ever had because of the additional axle on the trailer. I got lucky and got 2 good guys to work with. We got a good thing going, the 3 of us here.
I'm 25 years old. I like what I do and I wouldn't trade it for any other job right now.
I'm 26 years old, going on 14. I'm a tour manager and we basically run the truck.
Setup at the start was taking about, I'd say 6 to 7 hours with approximately about 5 people. Now that we've been on the tour for about 4 months, and we've probably got it down to about 2.5 hours on setup and breakdown. Well, the Sony PlayStation Truck can hold 55 people at one time. There's 33 consoles in there that are the top games. There's about 12 to 13 unreleased games.
Our featured game today is Kart World Series. This Kart World Series is not yet on the market.
This truck has just about everything that your living room would have. We have nice recliner leather chairs. We do have a big screen TV, which is an 8-foot video wall that we run championship games on it. It's by far the #1 exhibit at any place we go to. People don't know exactly what we are or who we are, but as soon as they find out, everybody's there. The truck opens up both sides, boom, you get people, 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 people. You gotta almost tear these kids' fingers off the controllers to get them out of there to let some of these other people in line.
Our target demographic is 15, 16 to 25, but we get 5 to 50.
I love this truck. This is a pretty cool truck, actually.
Parents come up to the front of a very long line and say, oh, my child's in there, I just have to get my child, we've got to go. And then coming in the truck and seeing that parent tucked away in a corner somewhere, just going at one of the games.
It's got a lot of PlayStation games in it, for one. A lot of TVs, a lot of hookups. Sound system's great.
The PlayStation Truck. 60,000 visitors in the first 5 months. It could be coming soon to a parking lot near you. Check PlayStation on tour at www.playstation.com.
A lot of you have been telling us you want to know how games are built. In the next 4 issues, we'll show you, in a way that no other gaming magazine could. Get ready for a PlayStation Underground exclusive. It's a new feature called Software Development. We'll walk you step by step through the inside secrets of making a PlayStation game. You won't be just watching. This new feature is a short, hands-on tutorial. As we build components, you manipulate them using your controller. And we invite you to give us suggestions and feedback that could help shape the game. In Part 1, learn about game design and working with a 3D model. The issue after that, we'll show you how an animated world is constructed. Part 3 lets you put a character in motion, working with collision detection and game physics. And in Part 4, you'll add artificial intelligence, special effects, and sound. By the end, we'll have developed a game you can play, and if we liked your suggestions, your name just might make it into the credits. This could open the doors to the world of game development. Just be here over the next 4 issues. It's inside training, and only PlayStation Underground CD Magazine subscribers will be getting it.
kick, a punch, a punch!
Stupid penguins!
Come on, rats! Another goal. Hi everyone, Mike Nelson here from the Sci-Fi Channel's Mystery Science Theater 3000, along with Crotty Robot.
Can't talk, must play.
And Tom Servo.
Block, kick, punch!
The good folks at PlayStation Underground asked us to take a look at some of their work from the past year.
Yeah, meaning they bought us off with a bunch of PlayStations.
And a mess of neat games.
And we're going to head to the theater in a minute, but first I just want to get one more goal at NHL Face-Off 98.
Meaning you fairly stink at it.
Hey.
Man, my arms don't work, and I'm doing better than you. Jump, kick, turn!
Yeah, Mike, why don't you go back to playing Pong?
Yeah, face it, Bob, you'll never master the subtle power of Parappa the Rapper.
Or the lightning fast...
The automotive world is wondering what's under the hood of the hottest racing game ever. That's what one magazine called Gran Turismo from Sony Computer Entertainment Incorporated. We went across the Pacific to give PlayStation Underground members a sneak peek. Finding the development team wasn't hard. Most of the members barely get out of the office. Many have been working on this title exclusively for 2 to 3 years.
Compared to others, I get to go home more often. Although in most cases, I just go there to take a shower.
I went home 2 days ago. I usually go home twice a week. I've been planning this game for 6 years, but there was no technology right for it until Sony released the PlayStation. At that point, I felt very lucky. We assembled this team as we created MotorTune 1 and 2. Those games were experiments for certain features in Gran Turismo. I wanted to make the ultimate racing game for motorsports and automobile culture. It has over 120 real cars with dozens of customization options in 8 different categories. 11 racing tracks are included.
I did the main programming. We take car physics to a new level. For example, if you make a minor adjustment in suspension, a car tilts differently in the corners. Each car is modeled to handle just like its real-life counterpart. We measured and simulated to the degree of millimeters. I know of no other racing game that has gone this far.
My job was adding reflections to the cars that appear to occur in real time, using environmental mapping technology. There are tons of racing games out there, but they have just pictures of cars. I think ours is the first one where you get the feeling that the actual car is there in the game.
My partner and I are responsible for capturing the car sounds. We needed the real sound of different cars and recorded over 40. I was the one who got into the passenger seat with the DAT recorder and the microphones. I've probably done close to 200 laps on the speedway.
The big challenge was where to put the microphones. One went inside the hood, the other went in the trunk, as close to the exhaust pipe as possible.
I put the best car I ever owned in the game. I bought it just after college, a Nissan R32 Skyline GTR. Unfortunately, in real life my car passed away after a huge crash. I feel like crying when I see it in the game. I was taking a turn at 130 miles per hour and tail slid 300 to 400 yards, bouncing rail to rail. When I finally stopped, the entire piece of the car in front of me was gone.
I don't have a car now, but the great thing about this game is you can try out lots of cars and decide what you want. It's a simulator for car buyers.
That's what's happening behind the scenes at Gran Turismo. Every year, hundreds of new PlayStation games get released in Japan and Europe. Many of these games are chosen for licensing and distribution in North America. You are about to meet some of the people at PlayStation who search the world for the best games to import. You'll learn how that search is conducted and how an overseas game is made ready for North America in a process called localization. The search for new games starts here with PlayStation's Manager of Software Licensing in the US.
We basically comb our markets worldwide to find the best products that are available. We really don't restrict ourselves to US or Japan or Europe. We go all over the world. I have counterparts in London as well as in Japan, and each of those people have a group under them. Here in the US, 4 people report to me. We are responsible, our group is responsible for bringing in third-party developed software to be marketed under the first-party lineup. Basically, we are here to expand our PlayStation market, and we want very good games to be noticed. We have a very strong marketing and sales arm. We're here to provide that to any good game that deserves it. Last year, in the year 1997, we reviewed about 80 games or so. On average, we sign on anywhere around 10 to 15 games per year. First, a game gets evaluated from the context or gameplay point of view. If it doesn't play well, if the players, the producers, the QA people, the people who are really the game players don't like it, it becomes problematic. There are exceptions to that if it's a totally new genre type of game, such as Parappa the Rapper. We may try different angles, actually focus test it, or bring in people who are not your traditional gamers to see if we can open up a new market. But in any event, we first look at the end user wants or desires. And then if it passes that, we then discuss this with our sales and marketing group, who would be backing us up on the product. And if we get people on board in that end, we eventually get overall management approval. When a product goes through that meeting, before it gets picked up, it needs to really take advantage of the first-party marketing and distribution and show what the PlayStation has to offer. At that meeting, if the product does not get picked up by Sony, the product can still come out in the US through a separate publisher, what we call third-party publishers.
If a game is chosen for first-party marketing support, another team, software development, gets it ready for you to play.
In localization, the first course of action is for the producer to get very familiar with the game and recommend changes that he or she would like to see in the game for the US market. A good example of this might be in Bloody Roar. Some of the changes that we made was to include sidestep as a default move. And we think that American gamers will appreciate that. A game that might come over from Japan or Europe may be too difficult or too easy, and we will want to tune that difficulty by changing enemy AI, artificial intelligence, enemy difficulty.
Corner the enemy as expected. We'll leave the rest up to you.
An example of where we did a graphic change was in Cool Borders 2. We changed the loading screens from a Japanese anime storytelling type of style to something that we felt was more cool and hip for the American audience. And in addition, we do the text changes, and some of the voiceover will change as well. Generally speaking, a localization effort can take roughly 3 months.
Go! Get pumped up! Drop in and get 50 back!
The search for good new games from overseas never stops. You can help the search by giving these teams your input.
I think the PlayStation Underground subscribers are very aware and knowledgeable about what's out there, and I would really love to get their help in trying to find products that have a wider range appeal to the American market. We would love to hear from the Underground subscribers, and as such, we have an email address that you can contact.
Do you know about a hot overseas game you'd like to see localized for North America? Let us know. Email or write us at these addresses.
looks like from up here.
Not that much more exciting. Dirty
It smells a little like soup.
The odor of puppeteer's bath.
Oh!
But it's well worth it. Because when playing this Sony game, so good PlayStation.
Where it's all put together.
Stand by, gentlemen.
Watch the magic happen.
15 seconds. Screw television. Come on.
No, watch the magic happen. Go down the street. No tech.
Yeah, whoa, it's the Michael Collins video game.
I'm sorry, I already blew it. Try it again.
Hurry. Play that.
Well, again, we're trying to get the subscriptions up a little bit.
20,000, man. We pray for those kind of ratings.
Which one of these two is Al Lewis? You decide.
The worst Mentos ad I've ever seen.
Good, because if you show a Spunko commercial, I'm running for the egg.
And now Scream 14.
MLB 98.
All right.
Watch how our director photographer can pummel.
Finished. God, can we get out of here? The lunch cart's right over here.
Go. See ya.
Get inside the game with MTV's Game Brain. The first official PlayStation strategy guide on home video. Master the latest games. The best strategies plus 3 free issues of GamePro magazine. MTV's Game Brain. Increase your genius.
Bloody Roar. Get ready. Fight! Watch out! Watch out!
lightning. Thank you for playing.
I made a mistake.
Unit 5, Sector 8. Clear. Wideband scan 44.1 gigahertz. Random search block 1. Roger that. All units, assistance required on 7th and Jocelyn. Zulu 5-1, on our way.
One man, one solution, one state of mind.
We are on the pursuit. Please advise. Never clear. Lightweight, engage target. He's on the cut.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to present the new Evolution of Man exhibit in our technology wing.
Hi, I'm Chris Sorrell. I'm producer of Medieval. I've also been involved in the design from the start and quite a bit of the programming as well. The game is an action-adventure. It was inspired by the classic arcade game Ghouls and Ghosts.
My name's Jason Wilson and I'm the lead artist and co-designer along with Chris Sorrell on Medieval.
Throughout the game you're playing a skeletal knight called Sedan Fortescue. He has been risen from the dead by the sorcerer named Zarok, and throughout the game you're pursuing the sorcerer to try and stop him from completely taking over this weird medieval landscape called Gallowmere. The look of the game is quite unique. You know, a lot of games are based around map editor constructed landscapes, kind of fairly rigid, block-like look to it. This is something that we don't have in Medieval. We have curves and skewed geometry all over the place, and buildings at funny angles. The game also has quite a strong sort of RPG theme, the requirement for you to use particular weapons to learn particular strategies, achieving 20 different levels and tackling probably around 50 different characters along the way. And when he was alive, he was the champion of the king of the land and died valiantly in battle. He's quite a goofy looking character, I suppose. The aim with him was to give him a kind of goofy, quirky sort of a look, but at the same time for him to also appear to be the valiant and brave character that he actually is.
A lot of people said to us, why do we want to have a skeleton as the main hero instead of some sort of huge muscle guy with a big gun or Lara Croft or whatever. But we thought it would be kind of like silly and different, and we both like the film Nightmare Before Christmas and other sort of silly sort of horror type stuff. So we set out to do a skeleton and lots of silly things a skeleton would fight.
He's got quite a lot of attack moves, and in these I think he looks quite powerful in that, but at the same time he's got huge floppy feet which make him look a bit sort of clumsy as he runs around. That we're not trying to do a character that's Conan the Barbarian or something. He is a bit alternative. He's a sort of an accidental hero, really.
But I think it's more for people who are grown up who still think they're kids.
you had fun playing Tomb Raider, you're not alone. 6 million copies of Tomb Raider 1 and 2 have been sold worldwide. We've come to the place that brought Lara Croft to life, Core Design in Derby, England. We're taking you inside to find out how it happened and what's next.
It was conceptualized 5 years ago now. And one of the guys said we want to do a game based on raiding some tombs and kind of going underground and into the world of the pharaohs. And that was something I was always really keen to do. He said, yeah, let's do it. Let's draw some things up, do a style guide, let's see what the character's going to look like. And of course he came back and it was a male character. For 2 months, Lara was male. And then we went down and saw it on screen and Lara transformed into a female.
Tomb Raider 1 and 2 became worldwide hits, and the console version of Tomb Raider 2 was exclusive to the PlayStation. So what's next?
There will be a movie. The movie's live action. It's with a big movie studio. The great thing is that we get total say and veto over the script and the content and the storyline, which is fantastic. Lara herself will have another game out for Christmas '98. There has been some muted discussion about maybe a sidekick for Lara. Maybe a girl, maybe a boy. There is some discussion, but I'd hate to blow it before it's finalised. It'd be good though, wouldn't it? I think it'd be pretty neat.
What will be in Tomb Raider 3? Core is giving PlayStation Underground subscribers a first look at some footage.
One of the main differences is we're going to give Lara a lot more moves, new vehicles. We've overhauled the 3D engine to make everything faster and in high res. This level is going to be based around London, where you'll start off on the rooftops and then you have to venture down into the sewers and the disused tube train lines that are being closed off. Your ultimate aim of this adventure is to break into a corporate building and steal back an artifact that has been taken from a museum. Lara's been hired to go and find it. We're drawing quite a lot more than what Tomb Raider 2 could, so we can get big expanses of open area, build quite detailed backgrounds. This is Darren. He's going to be doing the main animations for Lara on Tomb Raider 3. At the moment he's working on various new moves for Lara, like crawls. We're trying to give her a knife so she can actually stab things. She's going to use the knife to try and prise certain secret items out from the rock. As you can see, she grabs the dagger out. It'll be concealed in her leg.
Tomb Raider 3 is being built with some interesting custom tools. Here are 2 of them.
This is the animation editor. It allows us to do all the characters in the game. And here you can see a wireframe form. In the first game, she was made up of around about 350 polygons. And in the second game, we upped her to about 540, just to add more detail, more curves. Actually select and draw small tiles, small textures, and we pick them up and place them on all the polygons to build up Lara's look.
A second tool creates game levels. Here we're watching level designer Heather Gibson build a room with a series of mouse clicks.
And then if you look along this side of the editor, I've got a selection of textures that I can use on this map. We can then go on to apply the textures to these areas. So it's just a matter of popping textures onto the faces that are displayed within the room editor. We can apply a light to the room, change the ambience of that room, change the range and the strength of the light to get that nice moody atmosphere that we've got on most of the levels. And I can actually have a look at this room now if I go into preview and fly around and see how it looks. And also we can trigger all the baddies within this system. So that means that when we place our dogs or cult members within this particular map, I can say that I wanted that dog to attack Lara at a specific point. So I can select the dog and trigger it so that when Lara crosses this trigger point here, the dog becomes activated. It allows the player to run across the trigger and run back into a different area of the map and have the sense that something different's happening, because the baddies are still coming through, but they might come through it from a different area. So it always gives you the feeling that they're actually quite clever, that they're working out how to get to you.
As we left, team member Peter Barnard revealed one last thing.
Did you ever wonder what Laura looked like without her clothes on? Bet you wish you hadn't bothered.
A new project is emerging at Core, currently called Ninja. It'll have a new name by the time it's released.
My name's Joby. I'm working on the game Ninja. It involves a ninja running around the landscapes, fighting various sort of mythological beasts. There's about 50 different baddies, ranging from like goblins to humanoid-type characters. There's 6 different sorts of weapons. A sword, sai. Originally, when we started, it was all meant to be based on Japanese sort of myths and legends. There's lots of magic. Sort of you can power up your weapons, and it's about 4 levels of power. We've taken sort of basic elements and from my favourite games and stuck them all together. Shinobi, Ghosts and Goblins, sort of classic arcade games. The main objective is to get through the level and then get to the boss and then defeat the boss. Along the way, there'll be sort of various different traps and pitfalls that block your path. So there'll be a lot of baddies in the levels. So by the time you got to the end of the level, I imagine you'd have sort of maybe got through about 100 or 150 baddies. 10 different bosses, 1 on each level.
I'm Martin Iveson, a musician at Core Design. I've been doing the music for Ninja and the cutscenes and in-game sound effects. Basically, this is where you meet the dragon. Once that's finished, it'll switch straight to the game graphics. You'll defeat the boss, and then this is what happens.
Ninja, by another name, should be dropping into stores this fall. Watch your back. We found out there's something different at nightclubs in London. It was so cool, we're taking you for a look. London's top clubs have more than great music. They have PlayStation. Together, they make for a great night out.
This is the Killers Club where you can come, you can play PlayStation and have a good time, listen to some good music as well.
Everybody knows that it's just a bit of fun at the end of the day.
The girls love the PlayStation, man, yeah. Oh yeah.
I think once you actually get the females on them, you know, it's harder to get them to go on there, but once they're on there, then yeah, you can't get them off.
When the conversation gets dry, you can retire to play a PlayStation.
We went across town to check out another club called the Ministry of Sound. It's new, it's hot, and it has a whole room devoted to PlayStation. Video games fit right in with the club's smoke and light show. Club owners told us that PlayStation helps bring in new people.
Then we have better facilities to offer than other clubs. You know, it just gives them more value for money, being able to play on the PlayStations and see new games that aren't out in the shops and stuff like that, really.
Playing your favorite games in a nightclub is a perfect fit, unless someone's trying to ask you a lot of questions.
I've just lost my game!
Oh, sorry.
You love to play games, now help us make one from scratch. Welcome to the first of a 4-part series on the making of a game called Wormhole.
We're really excited about Project Wormhole. It's something that we came up with to give the subscribers of PlayStation Underground sort of an idea of what goes into developing a game step by step. Another cool thing about Project Wormhole is that we want these subscribers to become involved. You just send in your suggestions, and if we like them, then you just might end up seeing your name in the credits.
In the next few minutes, you'll be introduced to some game and 3D design fundamentals. Over the next 3 issues, we'll build a working game together, inviting your suggestions by email. Let's talk about design. If we were building a full game, we'd need to start with a detailed design document spelling out every character, level, and enemy. That's because regular development typically takes dozens of specialists over a year and costs $1 million or more. We'll make a mini game instead, so you can quickly see important fundamentals. Here's our concept. Wormhole will put you behind the wheel of a futuristic vehicle, plunging down a tunnel filled with deadly enemies and obstacles. Dodge them while driving on the floor, walls, and ceiling. Blast your way with high-powered guns or die trying. Let's take a look at how to start building our game in 3D. This car will be our main character. Here it is on your TV screen. How does PlayStation generate it? Let's start from the ground up. Space in 3D is defined by X, Y, and Z coordinates. They describe a point called a vertex. Link 3 vertices or more, and you get a polygon. The most basic polygon goes by the highly technical name, triangle. Almost any object in a game is made up of hundreds or even thousands of polygons. They're the building blocks of 3D. We can fill the polygons with solid colors. That's one of several ways to draw them. Another way is to add rich detail by taking a picture of a texture and stretching it over the polygon. This is called texture mapping. Each vertex of the polygon has information about what part of the picture or texture is connected. Modify these values and the texture map can be made to fit just right. Here's the car with all textures applied, ready to rip. Next issue, we'll tweak the car. What colors and textures should it have? What kind of weapons? Send us suggestions on any aspect of Wormhole. You can be a part of a discussion of Wormhole at www.playstation.com. And if you send us comments we like, your name just might end up in the game's credits. Next issue, we'll build a special animated world for your driving pleasure. It will be waiting behind these doors. If you were going to design a video game from the ground up, what would it be like? With PlayStation's Yaroze development system, you could find out. Yaroze lets you create games on a PC, then play them on a PlayStation. It's helping development talent emerge worldwide. In Japan, a Net Yaroze competition brought out 50 entries, and a panel of 5 judges were blown away by their quality and originality. The grand prize, a Sony Vaio notebook computer, went to an entry called Little Wing. In the game, you get a paper airplane from a professor who teaches you how to adjust it and master throwing techniques. Then you square off against a series of opponents. Judges commented on the strong gameplay. The gold prize went to a game called Asobu Rakugaki. Rakugaki means doodled or scribbled and refers to the main character, a boy. You help the boy get free and take him in search of fun, or asobu. Judges like the fact that the boy discovers that too much freedom can be boring. They called it a very untraditional game. The silver prize went to Hover Racing, which impressed the judges with its speed and user-friendly help system. Give all 3 games a try in this issue, and if you want to take a shot at developing your own game with Net Yaroze, get more information at www.netyaroze.com.
Cool Boarders 3 features a pretty killer tree run where you have to shoot through these gaps to kind of find daylight. If you don't find daylight, you splat. We really wanted to capture that authentic snowboarding experience. We motion captured riders for all the jumping animations. We've added a powder trail and really tweaked the carving to give you that sensation of just cutting through the snow. There's an all-new avalanche mode in Cool Boarders 3. Basically survival of the fittest. See who can make it down the mountain in one piece. There's an all-new border cross mode. Features 8 players. Beat each other up, punch each other, slap each other, push each other down, kick snow in each other's face. Anything to get to the finish line. We're the only snowboard game out there.
NFL Extreme is a high-impact, arcade-style 5-on-5 football game. Wide open, there's no out-of-bounds, it's trash-talk your opponent, no penalties, brutally physical, tons of exaggerated hits, sack the quarterback, flex to the fans, blitz your linebacker, taunt your opponent. I own you. Don't get up, chump. Is that all you got? Welcome to the NFL, baby. NFL Extreme rocks in July.
you want us to be a duck shot, or do you want to be a regular straight up and down kind of thing? I guess we wanted to be straight up. Project Wormhole is something that came about because we wanted to give somebody a clue. I have no idea. I'm reaching, I got nothing. Right back at you. Okay, this is a take. I'm not screwing it up this time, really. Okay. Oh, we're just trying to waste some time.
Hey, loudmouth! Hey, loudmouth! Disco! You keep it down. I'm trying to do a commercial here for PlayStation. Here we go.
Received telegram from Conduct Satellite Hyperion. Order the following operation. The armored trains were discovered leaving the city on their way to the east. Pursue them and locate the enemy supply route.
그러니까 이거 서로 조시다. 아마 누구가 이
This is a good make-believe world. It's a little nutty. I think that the kids can differentiate between the violence that they see in the video games as opposed to the violence that people experience on the street.
There is violence, but it's like any other video game. You know, you gotta kick, punch, and I mean, you gotta understand it's not real life. It's something that you're playing.
I think people look for violence, and if you can play with it and sort of get it out of your system, that maybe it's better, you know, than trying to go find it and use it in a real life type of situation. If you don't understand that you're playing a game, then you got a problem.
A couple of goodies here for you folks. You might want to try WCW Nitro on PlayStation. Underground, is that true? You get these underground? Are you getting these out of some guy's trunk?
My name is Chad Watson. I work for the TIP team here at Sony Computer Entertainment. We're going to be playing Jet Moto 2. I'm going to show you a shortcut that is in roller side. After the turnaround of the big tent, if you hit that just right, that is not just right. It's a very narrow shortcut. If you, I missed it. If you hit it just right between, hit between the Chef Boyardee sign and the Kawasaki sign just right. If you're racing against a bunch of riders, you can pass them all up in that area. Because you miss the whole circle loop thing that goes on. And this is also kind of cool. Ta-da.
Hi, my name is Robert Hernandez from Third Party Test. The game I'm going to show you is Croc the Legend of Gobos on level 1B2. If you turn Croc 180 degrees around at the very beginning of the level, if you walk to the rock and stomp on it, a secret area will appear below. In the secret area there are 5 hearts that you can continue to accumulate if you've already beat the level. Each heart will give you 1 life, and you can keep returning to this area until you accumulate a total of 98 lives.
Hi, my name is John Diamond and I'm a third-party tester. The cool code I want to show today is from the game Pitfall 3D. At the password screen, if you type in Crane's Baby, you get an extra special surprise. It's original Pitfall Harry from the early 80s.
Check out the Glove, the revolutionary new video game controller from Reality Quest.
Yeah, but where can I get one?
Now available wherever video games are sold and under $50. Feel the control and speed, especially on racing and fighting games. Just a flick of the wrist with all the buttons at your fingertips. Take the time to learn it. If you're a serious gamer, it's worth it. Get in the game. The Glove. 1-888-96-GLOVE. www.theglove.com. I love the Glove.
I'm working too hard for these things. I gotta subscribe.
to the Fruits Dojo. I trust that you are here to redeem yourself.
There's a whole new genre of interactive music video games. Here's an inside look at how it began.
Are you ready, young one? I shall give you my best.
People always have kind of a wall between music and life. I'm a musician, so I don't feel any wall between music and me. So I want to erase this kind of wall.
Kick, punch, it's all in the mind. If you wanna test me, I'm sure you'll find the things I'll teach ya. Sure to beat ya. Nevertheless, you'll get a lesson from teacher. Now kick.
So if people can perform without thinking about the music, maybe it's happy and fun.
As a boy, Masaya Matsuda loved playing keyboards in Space Invaders. As a musician, he played in a rock group called Size and composed for TV and radio ads. But he always felt he was creating for everyone's needs but his own.
I discovered that if the creative motivation only comes from the outside, all the efforts are just to fill the order. In the end, nothing of your true self ever comes through.
So in the mid-90s, he dissolved the band and stopped commercial work, and he staked everything on combining music and video into a new kind of game. It wasn't easy.
But I cannot say that the production proper went smoothly. We didn't have anybody with console game experience. Some of the companies we were working with almost went out of business. One after another, there was all kinds of accidents and problems. A key team member even ended up in the hospital after a traffic accident. The entire 2 years were like that.
But in December of 1996, the world's first next-generation interactive music video game was released in Japan. It opened up a new genre, paving the way for games like Spice World and Bust-A-Groove.
Yo, yo, yo! Check this out! It's party time in the house!
For those who perhaps haven't heard of Papa, it's a rap game. Basically, the player follows the short word sung by the sensei and presses the button in rhythm to the rap. The rhythm of the sensei is shown on the top of the screen as button symbols. The player just has to follow along and press buttons as shown to the beat. If the player presses the wrong button or is off the beat, the score will go down.
Check this out, come on and bring it down.
The game actually has 4 different soundtracks for 4 different player ranks, woven into a single track. As the player rises or falls in rank, the track changes appropriately in real time. It's a breakthrough in programming.
I am a chicken from the kitchen, and I ain't kidding, although nothing is written.
You are a chicken from the kitchen, and you ain't kidding, although nothing is written.
That's why I chose PlayStation. This kind of technology is only for PlayStation. To attain a cool rank, simply following the rhythm of the sensei is not enough. The player must be able to ad-lib beyond the rhythm and button commands of the sensei. So I will show you how to get cool.
Parappa won more than a dozen awards, including Game of the Year in Japan and Most Innovative Game at E3 and the Computer Game Developers Conference. Sales took off worldwide, and today it's available in nearly 50 countries.
Did you check the toilet on the right? Did you check the toilet on the left?
Is it still a video game if there's no competitive scoring? To Matsuda-san, there's only one way to measure it.
It's all yours. That was close.
You still like to enjoy the game?
Yeah.
you make a game, all you start with is a blank piece of paper and a few big ideas.
I wanted to see a game that was in full 3D, but where the primary focus of the game would be interaction with the enemies. To the best of my knowledge, that had never been done before.
How do you end up with a video game world that pulls you in? How can you make it stand out from other games? Your team will hit development walls and have to search for breakthroughs. Here's the inside story of the making of Spyro the Dragon in an exclusive tour for the PlayStation Underground.
The most difficult part was the beginning, determining what kind of game we were going to do after Disruptor. Craig Stitt said, you know, I've always wanted to do a game about a dragon.
I've always loved dragons. To me, they are just the greatest creature. I mean, it's the combination of a Tyrannosaurus Rex with wings and breathes fire. I mean, you've got the best of everything in a dragon.
And immediately everybody said, yeah, that's it. Because dragons can fly, they can run, they can flame, they can jump, they can do anything, and they're cool.
In the game, you play the part of Spyro. An evil creature named Nasty Nork has cast a spell turning all other dragons into crystal statues.
You have three major objectives in the game. The first is to rescue all the dragons, the second is to collect the treasure that Nasty has stolen from the dragons, and the third goal is to defeat Nasty himself.
Designer Mark Cerny had come from such games as Disruptor, the Crash Bandicoot series, and Marble Madness. In Spyro, he had new ground he wanted to cover.
I had this idea that you could do a panoramic 3D engine on the Sony PlayStation, where there wouldn't be any fog in the distance. And I challenged Alex Hastings to create such an engine.
Most of what it takes to pull off that sort of panoramic engine, it comes around in, assembly draw routines.
In fact, I told him very specifically how to go about creating it. He blew me off and did something totally different. But it turned out much better than what I had in mind.
Engine to draw the environments has broken down into 7 different little renderers that work on different levels of detail of the environment to try to keep this, the fact that you're seeing a quarter of a mile away and what would be tens of thousands of polygons into something that's more manageable.
Because not only did you have these big, long views where anything in the universe could be seen from afar, but also he created an engine where you could have detail on the objects that were close.
The real trick is that in every transition we try to do a fade or morph transition, something where you're not going to see it.
I think there's never been a console video game where you got both of those. He had to write some damn good code.
The fact that this game is coded specifically for the PlayStation is probably our biggest advantage. When you compare it to, say, a PC or other console platforms out there, the PlayStation is really different. The things it can do well is it can draw an enormous number of polygons. Some of those guys have 5,000 polygons in them. You'd never try to do that on any other console.
Well, I think the flying levels really were a surprise for us. Everybody loved it. We made sure that we had more of them.
I play the flying rounds, the free flight rounds over and over again, trying to get through all the obstacles in the shortest amount of time and trying different paths to see if I can beat the record. I can easily waste an hour or two doing that and not even realize it.
The DualShock analog controller really allows a great feel and a good freedom of control. You can just point it any direction you want and you're going there. And they've integrated the feedback in there too. You can ram yourself into a wall and you'll just feel it come back at you.
The game also has features especially for hardcore gamers.
In every single instance where you can super dash, there is a secret place you can get to. That is our challenge to all the really good players out there. Not to go out and buy a hint guide or read about it in the magazines, but to find out for themselves where it is they can go or what it is they can do.
Another feature that pulls you in is the soundtrack. Spyro includes some well-known voices.
Don't worry, the only one who's gonna be trapped is him.
When we were putting together the voice of Spyro, we talked to Carlos Alazraqui first, and last, as it turned out.
I think we went through about maybe 5 or 6 versions, where he was like really, really young and had Lionel up in the nose, and then he was like really cooler and older, and they actually recorded something like that, but then they found out he was too mean. So then we just kind of did a mixture in between the two, where it's kind of like he's really kind of a go-getter kind of guy and kind of tough, but really kind of nice.
Be on the lookout for North Commandos, Spyro.
The other big voice part of the game is with the dragon. One of the voices that we've relied upon a lot is Clancy Brown, who's a well-known actor who was in Starship Troopers.
The dragons are freed from their crystal, and then they give him advice and tell him how to play the game cryptically, you know, to teach him how to fly, how to use the buttons, where to go, what to say, who to do, who he has to fight, who he doesn't have to fight.
As soundtrack and gameplay come together, is Spyro a world that pulls you in? It's already had an effect on the team.
Actually now, if you walk around the office, a lot of people speak in the voices of the characters.
What?
Album, album, album.
Oh!
Ow.
You can put that on the tape, I know. That's the only thing I'm going to have on there.
What's on developers' minds? PlayStation Underground takes you inside the world's biggest annual gathering of video game developers to find out.
Every piece of intelligence in the known universe that it has anything to do with gaming is circling this little small area right now. It's kind of like being in the nucleus of an atom.
I'm Jennifer Polka, and I'm the director of the Computer Game Developers Conference, now called the Game Developers Conference as of today. Our primary attendees are programmers, artists, audio guys, sound engineers, musicians, producers, level designers, people who put together the games.
Well, I'm the mighty fat man himself, and I write music for computer games. Hopefully what we're going to do is meet with a bunch of publishers, and a bidding war is going to start up, and it's going to propel us to the top.
Well, I'm really excited about the game development business because it's growing hugely. We had about 30% more people pre-registered this year than last year. Some figures say that it's about $9 billion in games this year. I've heard up to $18 billion depending on who you talk to.
We're making this gladiatorial death race fighting hoverboard game for the PlayStation called Slip Groove.
Currently we're working on a Sony PlayStation title called Monkey Hero. It's action-adventure top-down 3D worlds with 2D characters, and you basically go around exploring, killing monsters, fighting bosses.
But at the same time, game developers still have the same ethic that they've had since the start, which is a strong ethic of sharing knowledge and ideas with each other and sharing technology.
But now I can actually do smoke and fire in real time, and that'll bring more life to the game.
I've been in a number of businesses, and this business, more so than many of the other businesses I've been in, everyone really, really, really wants to do this.
So far it looks like there's a few more women than there were last year. Normally it's about 95% male, but I've seen a bunch of women in the lobby.
I came up with a game concept basically that is totally new, and it's basically aimed at a totally untapped market.
And that's good for the industry because the industry needs to be able to put out games that everybody can play, and part of that is having women involved in the design process and the programming and production processes.
There's sword fights, there's gun fights, there's Wild West, there's horses, there's bodice ripping, there's kissing, there's, you know, all sorts of really fantastic adventure, but it's from a very romantic point of view.
If you want to be a developer, the first thing to do is to come to the CGDC and meet a bunch of people. For one thing, it'll give you connections, but probably more importantly, it'll give you a sense of what people actually do when they develop games. It's not an easy job to have.
My favorite thing as a PlayStation fan is Shorty's move from Bust a Move.
E3 is the year's biggest video game trade show. This year, over 140 new PlayStation games went on display in Atlanta. We know you'd like to play these games yourself and see which ones are hot, but you're about to meet 4 industry pros who are actually paid to do this. Here's an exclusive look at some of their personal favorites.
Hi, I'm Mark Vitello. I'm Mike Foster. Chris Seehofer. And I'm Chris Colon of the third-party evaluation department at Sony Computer Entertainment. PlayStation Underground has asked us to check out some of the hottest games at the show, so let's take a look.
Hi, we're over at the Konami booth, and my first pick for the show is Silent Hill from Konami.
You play this guy who's lost his daughter. You were driving into town involved in a car crash. When you wake up from the car crash, your daughter's disappeared. The only problem is, so is the rest of the town. You can see fabulous lighting effect now. This works very well in the game to build tension. As you're exploring areas, you can't see beyond the range of your light, which means the monsters are going to leap out at you and be almost on your toes before you see them. Look for Silent Hill in a store near you this Christmas.
We're here at Sony Computer Entertainment America's booth, and my first pick is Spyro the Dragon.
This is Spyro the Dragon, developed by Insomniac Games and Universal Interactive Studios. It's a full free-roaming 3D action platform game. Some of the really cool things about this game is that it has these beautiful panoramic worlds, all 3D, with great 3D characters and animation. As Spyro the Dragon, you can flame, roll, glide, fly. So your goal in Spyro the Dragon is to go around and free all these crystal dragons. We think it's going to be a great game, so look for it in September in a store near you.
My first pick of the show for hottest game has to be Legacy of Kain Soul Reaver. Let's take a quick look at it.
One of our greatest features is that the whole world is streamed together. So you get this non-loading, continuous world where every level is just really super rich with detail because we're constantly bringing new data in. So it gives you this very immersive environment. As the game goes on, you acquire mechanics which make you explore more nooks and crannies of the world. So the game kind of blossoms from a hub and spoke kind of a model. You have lots of player mechanics. You can stab vampires through the heart and impale them. Suck souls to gain energy, like she just did there. Check out our game Soul Reaver Christmas '98. Hope you love it.
We're here at the Fox Interactives booth. My next pick for the show is N2O.
Basically, we are pushing the PlayStation to the extreme in terms of lighting effects, morphing, 22 aliens, 15 weapons, numerous ways of killing enemies. Every time you kill a beast in these tunnels, it will release a burst of nitrous oxide, which your tunnel runner is powered by. So the more you kill, basically, the faster you go. Obviously, another big feature is soundtrack. We have Crystal Method that have produced 10 tracks for the game, 4 exclusive to our product. This Extreme Shooter is coming out middle of June, so look out for it. It's going to be really hot.
We're here at the Psygnosis booth for my next pick, Colony Wars Vengeance.
It's a space combat epic game which takes what was great about the original game and does it even better second time around. We've got feedback from the original game and really drew up a wish list of everything people would want in a sequel to the game. So we've now got a whole new number of new crafts. We've got 50% new weapons. This isn't just a straight shooter. We've got characterization in the game. We've got these new mech creatures coming through, new bosses that you need to destroy. Colony Wars Vengeance is coming out early November '98. And as far as we're concerned, and everybody else who's been to this stand, this is the must-buy game for Christmas.
My second pick for best game of the show is from Psygnosis, and it's ODT.
I'm presenting ODT, which is our new 3D action adventure game with a strong RPG part. You have the choice of choosing between 4 characters. Everything is based on a motion capture engine. You have 4 weapons, a lot of spells to launch. And of course, depending on the way you live the adventure, you will accumulate some experience and you will be able to customize a lot of your character, improving weapons, constitution, spirit. You will be able to use a lot of the background, like this turret, for example, in order to clean very difficult areas. So the game is in beta now. It should be released near the end of the year, probably in November '98.
We're here in the Konami booth with the greatly anticipated Metal Gear Solid.
This game definitely promises to live up to all the hype that was generated last year.
Probably the coolest game here at the show at E3. You play a character called Solid Snake. He's a genetically engineered super soldier with the aim of infiltrating an Alaskan base to stop nuclear missiles launching against the US. There's some great enemies in this game with telekinesis that are throwing objects at you and shooting you at the same time. Plus, we are making some really cool usage of PlayStation hardware. The DualShock controller, for example, every time you're spotted or shot, it's going to vibrate. Plus, there's some other hidden things we can't tell you about right now. You'll be able to see Metal Gear Solid for PlayStation in stores this October. Keep an eye open for it.
Okay, we're here at the Atlas booth for my third pick of the show. It's called Brigandine, and it's a strategy RPG.
Today we're checking out Brigandine, which is developed in Japan. Some of the features will be that has 3D battle scenes, has 50 some hours of gameplay, has all the elements of strategy and RPG mixed into one, which makes it a really good game. It's like the best of both, where it's like a combination of ogre battle, tactics, ogre, Final Fantasy tactics, that type of genre, and a little bit of your traditional PC type simulation, whereas you control your armies, vast armies, go to different kingdoms. This is going to be available in Christmas. You guys should all check it out. It's a great game for hardcore RPG gamers. It's like a dream come true.
Another one of my favorite games this year at the show is Colin McRae Rally from Codemasters.
48 tracks, all unique, end-to-end, representing the whole of the world rally series. 12 different cars, including 12 classics. Very intense physics model, built around the original Toka engine. There's rolls, there's crashes, there's deformation of the car and damage. You have to rebuild your car during the service stages, so it's as much a strategy element within the game as the handling, your own ability to drive the car. So it'll be in stores later in the summer. You check it out. It's a great game. It's the best.
That's it from E3. Those are some of the hottest games. See you next year. Welcome to Project Wormhole, Part 2. Last issue, we learned how game objects are created and brought into the game environment. Now it's time to create an environment for our objects. Wormhole will take place in a tunnel filled with obstacles. We'll draw the tunnel using texture map polygons, just like any other object in the game. Most game objects are small enough that you can see them all at once, but the tunnel is far too large for that. We need to break it up into manageable sections so that we only draw the part that is in view at any given time. This makes the representation of the track very small. We only need to store an ID number for each successive section and can make very long tracks without taking up too much memory. Also, how will we generate different levels in the game? One solution is to make prefab sections of the tunnel and then join them together to form a continuous track. Our world design problem has now been reduced to settling on the properties of each tube section. Now, let's plan camera control. As the car flies down the tunnel, we'll have the camera move with it so we can see what's happening. We want to be able to switch camera angles on the fly. We'll have a fixed camera that follows the car but always stays upright, a view from the driver's seat, and possibly others. This completes our look at constructing a world. Check out the tunnel we've built, then preview part 3. Next issue, we'll look into the physics of how objects move in the tunnel and what to do when objects collide. Don't forget, you can join the Project Wormhole discussion in the PlayStation Underground forums at www.playstation.com. Post your ideas for the game there. If we like your ideas and use them, your name just might end up in the game's credits. If you want the hottest 3D game action in the comfort of your home, you've got two choices. Pay $2,000 for a computer with a 200 MHz processor,
32 megabyte SD RAM, 3 accelerator card, 4 gigabyte hard disk, 3 PCI slots, 1 AGP port, 4
Or
megabyte
pay a
video
fraction of that for a PlayStation. How does PlayStation run 3D games at less than 1/10 the price of a PC? Let's pop the hood and take a look at its design advantages over the PC. We'll talk in plain language and look at 4 chips. Think of them this way. One is a juggler that manages information. Another is a math brain, which recalculates it. An artist draws from the calculations, and a palette and canvas give the artist room to work. From there, the image goes onto your TV screen. Let's take a closer look at the action from CD to screen. A laser bounces off pits and bumps in the microscopic track of your CD. These are read as zeros and ones, offs and ons. The zeros and ones are translated into 3D coordinates. The coordinates are picked up by the juggler, also known as the Central Processing Unit, or CPU. It interprets the data, divides it into jobs for the other chips to do, and manages the workflow. The 3D coordinates get sent to the math brain. It's the Geometry Transform Engine, or GTE. The math brain does calculations that scale, rotate, and translate. That's not easy. The game is 3 dimensions, but the screen is only 2 dimensions. So the math brain has to flatten a 3D world onto a 2D screen using perspective conversion. Be glad you're not crunching the numbers yourself. The math brain produces a sketch of 2D data, which it hands off to the artist, another name for the graphics processing unit. The artist paints in the sketch. To have room to work, the artist gets color and texture from a palette and builds the actual image on a canvas. The palette and canvas are in a 4th chip called the video memory. From the canvas, the image is projected on your TV. Meanwhile, you're going wild pressing your controller. That makes your console recalculate and redraw new images. Everything happens at 30 million instructions per second, so let your fingers fly. A PC does this work using about $2,000 worth of components. So how does a PlayStation do it for less than 1/10 of the cost? To be fair, a PC is designed for other roles besides 3D games. And because PlayStation is focused totally on games, it can deliver maximum gameplay at minimum cost. The most important game components are more tightly integrated in a PlayStation. For instance, this chip is both the juggler and the math brain, which increases the speed. In a PC, these functions would be performed by separate components. By being separate, they're more expensive to manufacture. In a PlayStation, the different key chips share the same communications pathway for faster response. Key chips in a PlayStation have a design dedicated to gameplay action. This helps 20 of the most important gameplay effects, such as running into the distance, happen faster with less number crunching. The result is a lean, efficient game engine running right now under your hood. Let's review. Off your CD comes a gazillion zeros and ones. The juggler fields them, the math brain converts them, then the artist draws them, putting textures on a palette and building the image on a canvas. The image goes from there onto your TV. Meanwhile, your fingers can just pound away. Play on.
Coco Bandicoot, Crash's sister. This game she's going to be riding on a tiger. She's a playable character. And over here we have Tiny the Tiger, who was one of the characters in Crash 2. This is Crash in Time, so this time we're going to be fighting against Tiny in the Coliseum. He's a Roman gladiator.
Hey Mark, what's going on? We'll give you a
Come on, Morgan. Come on. Come on, sweetie. Good girl. Oh, great footage. Thanks for the underground footage. We'll put you in the next underground credits, okay, hon?
ラスカ・フォックス諸島沖のことをシャドウ・モセス島にある核兵器廃棄所フォックスハウンド部隊と彼らの率いる次世代特殊部隊が突如として放棄島を占拠した。彼らが政府に突きつけた要求はビッグボスの遺体だ。それが24時間以内に受け入れられない場合、彼らは核を発射すると通告してきている。君に依頼する任務は2つ。廃棄所に潜入して人質として囚われたダーパ局長ドナルド・アンダーソン、アームステック社社長ケネス・ベーカーの両名を救出すること、そしてテロリストの核発射能力の有無を調査し、事実ならばそれを阻止することだ。
で、潜入法？
潜水艦で廃棄所の近くまで接近する。
そこからは
小型潜水艇を射出する。島に最接近後、潜水艇を破棄。あとは泳ぎだ。ハイテク特殊部隊フォックスハウンド。かつて君が所属し、私が指揮を執ったこともある特殊部隊だ。
まだ存在していたとはな。
今回のテロには6人のフォックスハウンド隊員が参画している。サイキック能力を持つサイコマンティス、天才女狙撃手スナイパーウルフ、変装の達人デコイオクトパス、巨漢のシャーマンバルカンレイブン。拳銃の名手だけでなく拷問のスペシャリストとしても知られるリボルバー・オセロット。そして彼らを率いるのがフォックスハウンドの実戦部隊リーダーリキッド・スネークだ。
リキッド・スネー
ク、君と同じ暗号名を持つ男。島全体が核廃棄施設になっている。上陸後は無線機で指示を出す。
俺の他には？
いつものように単独でのスニーキングミッションだ。
装備も武器も現地調達。
非公式の極秘任務だ。公式な支援は当てにせんでほしい。
気を抜くな。俺は今からうるさいハエを落としてくる。
ちらスネーク。大佐、聞こえるか？
良好だスネーク。状況はどうだ？
やはり地上へのルートは中央の昇降機だけらしい。
そうか。予定通り昇降機を使って地上へ出るしかないか。くれぐれも見つからんようにな。何かあれば無線連絡をくれ。周波数は 140.85 だ。無線機を使いたいときはセレクトボタンを押すんだ。こちらから連絡がある場合はコールする。コール音が鳴ったらセレクトボタンを押してくれ。自掌骨を直接振動させるものだ。敵には聞こえない。
分かった。作戦に入る。
気の程度。
Trap Gunner.
Go!
覚悟はいいかしら？
Trap Gunner.
Searching for love.
John Vicious, Lou Orche. Abdul Lins, Pandora Getz, Van Reilly, John Vicious, Piccolo, Lou Orche.
Searching for love.
Trap Gunner.
Searching for love.
John Vicious, Piccolo, Lou Orche. Port, Depot, Port, Depot, 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 Port, Depot.
覚悟はいいかしら。
行くぜ。
Get ready. Drop down.
仕留める。逃がさないで。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。逃がさないで。次で仕留める。やる気あんの？次で仕留める。逃がさないで。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。次で仕留める。逃がさないで。
And over. Yaroze. Trap Gunner.
「うっちゃんなんちゃんからの挑戦状」「完全攻略できたら100万円」「もう夢じゃない」全人類へ向けられた悪意がここに 勝つのは人かマシーンか。さあ炎のチャレンジャーよ、今こそ立ち上がるがいい。現在のベストタイムはご覧の通り。当ゲームではいつでもあなたのチャレンジをお待ちしています。うっちゃんなんちゃんからの挑戦状、完全攻略できたら100万円、もう夢じゃない。全人類へ向けられた悪意がここに。勝つのは人かマシーンか。さあ炎のチャレンジャーよ、今こそ立ち上がるがいい。選択可能なコースはご覧の通り。さあチャレンジ。
Right now we're working on some new design, and we're trying to do is to continue pushing the envelope as far as PlayStation is concerned, really trying to expand, the gaming concept.
What distinguishes this game is the sensor speed. It's a 60 frames a second game, and it's working at high res. We're really pushing the barriers, really get the speeds which you just don't get in other racing games.
Quite a fast game, quite challenging. I mean, here and there it's quite a hard game to master, partly because you've got waves happening randomly, and those waves can throw you off your line, which takes a bit of getting used to. I mean, this is a whole new form of gameplay. You can set up the boat for just where you think you're going to get around the corner well, but the wave can throw you off at the last moment.
The boats respond as the waves sweep up, the boat goes with it. You've got to fight against the current, you've got to go for the best line. So the physics obviously come into play.
And that's why the game is good in two-player, because both players are being nudged around by the waves equally.
And that's what adds to Rapid Racer as opposed to a sort of straight driving game. You've got the physics of the dynamic of the vehicle, but also in conjunction with the wave.
On the jungle track, I had hundreds of spotlights, and they brought across, so there's a lot of subtlety you get in lighting. You go under a grotto, and you get the darkness, you get the greens. At the high resolution, that really is a feature, it really brings it out.
Well, there's an awful lot of different tracks, but the artists built 6, but there's also a computer-generated track hidden away at the end of the game, which has got thousands and thousands of possibilities. I have to talk to the programmer to find out the exact figure, but there's a hell of a lot.
Yeah, we all play. I'm one of the worst, even on my own course, you know. I know it back to front, but people like Sam who still thrashes me on it, so what could I say?
Always open up and close.
That's a good crouch, Cash.
The name's Crash.
Or Cash. I call him Crash, didn't I?
Again?
Hey, Mark.
The name's Crash. Crash.
Whatever.
I hit a warm spot back there.
Hey, that's a nice suit. What is that, a leather? What about mine?
Yours sucks.
You call those pecs? Look at me, I'm cut. It's called the gym, pal. Get to one.
You're gonna put it on and you're gonna shave.
I'm a furry macho man.
You're gonna shave.
Marker?
I'm ripped. What do you like? 5?
Smile, Cash. And turning.
That's Crash, Colonel.
What do you do about prunage?
Hey, supervisor, boss around. I'm not gonna put it on.
You're gonna put the suit on.
No, I'm not, Sir Swim-A-Lot. You're nuts. This is nuts. Woo!
Mark?
This is nuts. You're nuts. We gotta get it. Cut. Okay, time out. We got a situation here.
Ow! Where was the flip call? I needed a flip call. I'm in a zone. I was in a zone.
Pavement in your butt?
Yeah.
I said a cheese sandwich. I'm all cramped up.
What kind of cheese? Come on, shake it off. Come. Hey guys, give him a little air. He's got gas.
Give me the air. That's not chlorine I smell.
Okay, it's a go for Bandicoot. Full throttle up.
Man, I'm getting the crap kicked out of me here.
Some people work only for the money. Others do what they love most and manage to get paid for it.
Do you mind not interrupting me when I'm working?
Stuart Copeland is in the second group. He's been making music all his life, first as a co-founder and drummer of The Police, then as a composer for films such as Rumblefish, Highlander 2, and Wall Street. Now he's writing the music for Spyro the Dragon, his first video game project. What makes composing for video games fun? How does he do it, and why does he like it? PlayStation Underground visited his small, unmarked studio in Hollywood, where he showed us some secrets.
Good, we have sound. Step one is to beat the level. Now for a 10-year-old kid, this is no problem. But for me, I have to beat the level and figure out the jumping, and I kind of navigate my way through the levels. And the very early stage, it's a lot of fun because I find a level that I can beat and get an attitude for it, and then create a piece of music for it. But then as the game progresses and I start getting to some of the more difficult levels and I'm stumped immediately, I've got to beat this bad guy before I can stay on that level for long enough to write a piece of music for it. So I have to learn how to beat all the bad guys. And if I was having to pay for my helpline, I'd be running up a huge tab here. So then once I'm on the level and I've got a general attitude for the game, I have to, within the atmosphere of that level, have a lot of different changes happen, but stay kind of in the atmosphere. Then I go back and I look for how to make those inner complexities more complex and to have deeper sublayers and things that don't really hit you the first time, but hit you the 16th time so that it can survive repeated listenings.
Roll some of the crevulation off it there. Give it about 60 beats.
Well, let me start something. Let me write something for you. Okay, well, I'm going to do something which is a trade secret here, but I have input quantized, which means that I can play it very badly, and it comes back played very nicely. I can loop those two bars there, so it'll just go around and around and around those two bars. Okay, now let's get some bass going there. Okay, there's a bass line. Now let's get some drums happening. Okay, now let's get some heavy metal going here. Okay. They pay me for this. And then, of course, you can get into all the cool stuff like, okay, and copy the bass part onto other instruments to kind of thicken it up. And then I add scary stuff to, add to it in various different ways. Where is that? Now this is really where I'm giving away the trade secrets. This is where Mozart would be jumping out of his grave and saying, I want to live in this century, where I transpose that part from there up to there, and it plays that same piece of music. So I've just done a whole transition there, took all those instruments and moved them up that much. Looks like fun, doesn't it?
In his career, Stuart has both performed music and composed it. We wondered which is more fun. When
I play music, I have the instrument in my hand and I don't think, and my hands do the walking. And it's a bodily function. It is instinctive, it just happens. Composing all happens in the mind, and my body is an inert, dead fish. Somebody once asked Stravinsky, what's the great moment of being a composer? Is it when the audience lights up into your music, or is it the reviews? He said, no. The best moment is when you find that note you're looking for and you get that chord which leads to that chord, and you've got this under thing happening there which pays off right here at the same time, set it, and you crack it and you've got it, it goes there and it does it. That's it. And it's downhill from there.
What's it like to compose for the PlayStation?
The Sony PlayStation has room for high-quality music. that has full bandwidth. It's the same as you get from a CD, whereas the other platforms has very thin bandwidth. And the thinness of the bandwidth puts an imposition on the composer where he has to create sounds that'll fit within that. On these CD-ROM games, there's so much space. I don't have to worry. I can load up full symphonic sounds there. In fact, I have. In this game, I've got whole orchestra sounds that I recorded in Utah. I use the orchestra as a flourish here and there to provide drama, because the game is actually quite grand. He's flying through castles, and there's a big sky, and it's a very open, expansive feeling, which is where the orchestra comes in. But for the energy and for the jeopardy, I've got raging rock guitars and drums and pounding rhythms. Any kind of art is about creation of tension and resolution. And in music, it's more subtle how it happens and it's more esoteric how it happens, but it's the same thing. You create a tension and then you release it. The most fun part of the process is being able to be in there like this, and I get a phone call and I can shout at my staff, "Don't interrupt me when I'm working!"
Jason Rubin from Naughty Dog. PlayStation Underground's asked me to tell you a little bit about Crash Bandicoot 3 Warp.
I wanted to be sure that we preserved the classic intuitive gameplay that has made the Crash series so successful. We found that gamers worldwide truly enjoy the structured interactions of this style.
The second thing we wanted to do with Crash Bandicoot Warped is that we wanted to introduce free-roaming gameplay.
To add excitement, we've created some radically new styles of levels.
You still have a mission-based objective, but at the same time, the camera is opened up and you're free roaming. In addition, we wanted to broaden the replay value of the game so that players got more for their money. They got more bang for the buck. We added a time trial mode, but now they can race against the clock. They can compete against their friends, their brothers, their sisters, and they can put up scores with their names in it to show exactly how well they've done.
In the succession from Crash 1 to Crash 2 to Crash Warped, we as a team, and I personally, have learned a tremendous number of things. In Crash 1 and 2, the maximum distance at which you could see any polygon was about 70 meters. In Crash Warped, we've opened that up to 700 and some odd meters. Like in the medieval levels, there's a castle at the end that you can see nearly from the beginning of the level, and as you go through almost a kilometer of level distance, like you keep seeing the castle every time you get closer and closer as you go over crests.
because we've been able to achieve things that just haven't been seen before on the PlayStation. One of the accomplishments that we did in Crash Bandicoot Cortex Strikes Back is we had Crash be able to wade into water and to subdivide perfectly in the water, which is something that had really not been seen before on the PlayStation. And at first, there was some debate whether it was feasible. Now we've gone another step in Crash Bandicoot Warped, where we have entire rounds where everything is floating in the water. We have environment mapping against waves, and the waves are moving in a very realistic ocean pattern, but you can see the reflections of the world in the waves, which gives a very, very realistic effect. I think most people, including ourselves, until this project, thought it was not possible to pull off that many things, that much subdivision in a level, that you just would not have the speed to do something like that. I think the way we pulled it off was with perseverance and with trying things and just keep working at it and working at it and working at it until we were able to get within the frame rate that we wanted.
We've learned a tremendous amount about gameplay. Making a new mechanic and trying to make it play well and work with Jason's animation for the character, because it all has to integrate together. Crash is like driving along on the motorcycle, and he turns, he's got to bring the motorcycle down, put his knee on the ground like the way a real motorcycle rider does. And so there's a real interaction between the gameplay programming, controlling the feel of that motorcycle, and the animation. And that's probably one of the most important programming things. If the game doesn't feel good, if it's clunky, then it's not fun.
When we approach a level, this is an example, this is Arabian level M. It's basically somewhere about 2/3 of the way into the game. We think in terms of the player's abilities at that point, and we also think in terms of the character's abilities. One of the things we wanted to do was bounce on tarps, because bouncing is a fun mechanic. Kids love to bounce on beds, and it's just always fun to do.
We decided to do something that hadn't been done before. In Crash 2, all the enemies on the hang section you had to avoid. You couldn't specifically attack any particular enemy. And in this game, Crash will actually get to fight enemies while hanging.
Our biggest challenge has been how to add more depth and excitement. I've always been proud of how Crash's moves need to be used in combination.
The new moves, of course, are great. Well, we've got a bunch of power-ups that you gain across the game as you play. And what's really nice about that is basically the character grows as you're playing.
Crash Warped has combinations like the slide, double jump, death tornado, which add greatly to the depth of the gameplay.
At first, they'll just jump on an enemy, but after they get good at the combo, now they'll slide, jump, jump, and hover and come down on them at a much more aggressive style. The deaths are an important part of this game. What we learned in 2 is that people, if they die and there's something funny that happens at the end of it, it sort of softens the blow of taking a hit.
We have the game designers come up with their wacky ideas of what we should do, and we have the artists coming up with their additions of what would look cool with that idea or what would be best suited for that idea. Well, we start out with the just a rough vignettes just to get the feel of which direction we should go. And then once we see that we're in the right environment, so we go straight to the line art. And the line art is a more finished artwork that leads eventually to being a color key, which has the actual palette of that level. So that way we can take different elements of the warped background and go to the computer and start modeling and start making textures and start applying lighting and coloring and things like that. Or I can also do a lot of palette shifts. And if, for example, I can take the daytime and I can make a nighttime version of it rather quickly.
There have been a lot of really proud moments for Naughty Dog in the Crash series, but I think maybe the proudest moment has been seeing the culmination of technical achievements and artistic achievements that came together with some of our water levels in Crash Bandicoot Warped. Our ocean level is just beautiful. I think we have a gameplay style that is truly new and truly unique. And I think that it's extremely fun, and on top of that, technically, it's an extremely hard achievement.
Well, you've crashed a few parties before, but I never expected you to make it this far.
Now I have to lay down a challenge to the PlayStation Underground viewers. I've heard that you're some of the best video game players, some of the best PlayStation players out there. And I want to see if that's actually true. The Naughty Dogs, all of the Sony testers, our Sony producers, as well as Mark Cerny, have been playing our time trial mode, and you'll be able to find in the credits of the game what all of our best times were.
You don't turn back. I will inflict 1,000 years of suffering on you and the entire universe!
And the challenge is, can you actually beat that time? And I have to say, within that group of people, there are some darn good players, so it's going to be quite a challenge. So the challenge is out to you now.
You bought a game and made some copies to sell over the internet. Now US Marshals and the IDSA are standing outside your door. It's a good time to learn a few facts about software piracy. Recently, the Interactive Digital Software Association raided a New York City apartment where the occupant was allegedly selling illegal backup copies of PlayStation games over the internet.
We've got an order from Judge.
Because fines are as large as $1 million for each trademark violation, he's facing several $1 million in damages.
It's also a temporary restraining order, complaint and declaration. These are
20 websites like this have already been shut down, and that's just the beginning. An official of the Interactive Digital Software Association, who wanted to remain anonymous because of her anti-piracy work, explained,
"The problem of piracy is growing exponentially every day. Technology is making it easier, but just because it's easier doesn't mean it's any more legal. Making a copy of a PlayStation game without permission is absolutely illegal."
I was using these as backups for people who own the original copies. I mean, I had no aware that, because I read, I had a disclaimer and everything.
We saw the disclaimer, but the law doesn't work that way.
The question of this is a backup copy, that's a net myth. A backup copy that you buy off the internet because you don't want to buy the original is absolutely illegal.
You people who make or buy illegal copies think about who's really getting hurt. One group is the developers, gamers like yourself who put in 12 to 16-hour days for a year or two to develop a game at a cost of over $1 million. Marketing that game could add millions more. Because making a game is so expensive, it's risky for developers to take chances. That's how piracy weakens the development community. This year, illegal copies will keep an estimated $3.2 billion in revenue from reaching the people who create and distribute the games. That money would help developers start many more projects, take bigger risks, and experiment with more specialized and unusual games. So who does piracy hurt the most? Ultimately, all gamers and the quality of the video games themselves. Here's how the game community is striking back.
The FBI has started to take some very serious actions against pirates online, not just for copyright and trademark infringements, but other things like consumer fraud. U.S. Customs officials have begun to do seizures of products of entertainment software coming into the United States. The largest such raid that we have experienced in the last few months occurred in Miami, where they seized 54,000 illegal PlayStation discs. The seizure in Miami is just a tip of the iceberg.
Game developers would like your help in keeping the quality of future games high. They point out that many people who don't feel bad about making and using illegal copies would feel terrible if they had to steal a game from a store. Ironically, it's the same thing. For a detailed look at how piracy hurts video games and what you can do to help stop it, visit www.idsa.com. Being a sheep and trying to make it in Hollywood these days is not so great. PlayStation Underground is taking you onto the set of the latest Spyro TV commercial to see how things are done. We're asking an important question. Are real sheep in today's Hollywood getting fleeced? Does that look like the face of a happy actor? He's nicknamed Toasty because Spyro breathes fire at sheep.
If you do it right, it's one more. If you do it wrong, it's multiple.
Sheep in today's world are having a PR crisis. Wherever they go, they're the butt of jokes.
Be nice or I'll let the whole crew have their way with you.
How can a real sheep compete for roles against the likes of this? It's an animatronic head that was used for close-ups. 21 servo motors make it move, guided by several remote controls. The skull is fiberglass and aluminum. The skin is foam latex. 14 specialists worked 3 weeks to build it, including a sculptor, mold maker, mechanic, and lab and hair technicians.
Genghis, come!
Imagine being a sheep and having to share a trailer with a co-star named Genghis. Around Hollywood, whatever Genghis wants, Genghis gets. Who thought up the Spyro commercial? These guys from PlayStation's ad agency.
We played the game quite a bit, and we noticed that there were some sheep that sort of came to unhappy endings in the game. And so we said, geez, what would it feel like to be that sheep? And that's basically where the idea came from.
Why did they use animatronics for sheep instead of computer graphics?
I think it helps it stand out. Video games are all CG, actually bringing our sheep to life with animatronic. It seems to bring the character, more character.
That's it from the Spyro set, where the men are men and the sheep are animatronic? Welcome to part 3 of Project Wormhole, How a Game is Made. This issue we're going to work on game physics and obstacles. Now that we have a tunnel to fly down, things will start to get interesting. Last issue, the car flew straight down the middle of the tunnel. That's fine for just checking it out. But in the finished game, we want to be able to fly and dodge obstacles realistically. We need to consider all the different forces acting on the car as it flies down the tunnel. There is the force of gravity pulling it down, the force of jets on its bottom keeping it off the ground, drag forces from the air in the tunnel, and forces from jets used by the player to control the car. We add all of these forces up to figure out how the car is moving. That's a lot of number crunching, but the extra attention to detail makes the gameplay feel as real as possible. Let's draw obstacles. They're made just like we made the car in part 1. We've already done most of the work for this. The tricky part is knowing when we've run into something. It's too slow to look at every polygon and every object to see if they've collided, so we create an imaginary box around each object just big enough to contain it. These are called bounding boxes. We can use them to quickly see if two objects have run into each other. Now that the obstacles are floating in front of us, it's time to blow them apart. We'll make a basic weapon as a placeholder. A laser cannon that shoots bolts of energy in a straight line. More weapons will be added later. In the next section, try out some of the things we just built. Then check out the preview of Wormhole Part 4. And don't forget to visit www.playstation.com, where you can join in a discussion of the game at PlayStation Underground online. In Part 4 of Project Wormhole, we'll look into artificial intelligence, or how enemies are plotting to destroy you. We'll also add sound effects. Don't go away, the fun is just beginning. Something's been shaking up PlayStation gamers for the past few months. It's the DualShock analog controller. PlayStation Underground couldn't resist the temptation to look under the cover and see how it works. And each handle is an actuator. That's a hardware term for something that actuates or starts something else. In this case, vibration. The weight on the spindle is carefully balanced to run cool when you're playing long and hot. On one side, the weight is small. On the other, a bigger weight spins. Code from the game determines how long and how fast one or both sides turn for different effects. This lets developers do lots of new things. For example, in Gran Turismo, you can drive by feel, not just by sight. If you drive a front-wheel drive car in real life, the steering wheel vibrates because the engine's so close. That's also true in the game. Jump off the line in first in a front-wheel drive car, and the controller shakes from high power and low RPMs. As you shift into higher gears, the engine vibrates less and less until there's almost no vibration. RPMs are high and you speed along smoothly. Brush against something and that side of the controller shakes. Slam into something and both actuators spin hard to give you a big jolt. Because more of your senses are involved, you'll find yourself drawn deeper into the game. You also get a precise, light steering touch from the analog thumbsticks. Virtually all new titles are being programmed to take advantage of the DualShock vibration feature, including Crash Bandicoot Warped, Metal Gear Solid, Tekken 3, and Spyro the Dragon. Also, a button lets you play any game in standard digital mode. The controller is standard with all new consoles. It's a must-have addition to every gamer's PlayStation experience. Check it out, it rocks!
Hi, my name's Christian Davis. Was the lead tester for Spyro the Dragon. Today's cool tip is on Spyro. It's on the treetops level, where we'll be showing you how to get to that last platform that's so tough to get to. While you do these next series of jumps, you'll want to be holding down the square button and pressing X at the very end of the ramp to get the most height. From this platform right here, you want to supercharge down the ramp, jump at the end. When you reach the next platform, immediately turn right, jump to the next platform, jump again to your right, go up the wrong way to this supercharged platform, jump at the end, one last platform, jump, and a long glide will take you there. Our next tip for you is in the Peacekeepers world, Clifftown.
You've reached the highest point in Clifftown. You can get to almost anywhere from here.
When you glide across the river, you get to the dragon that tells you about being at the highest point in the level. If you jump off, glide around to your right, you can glide behind the building you first started in and collect the gems there. Our next tip for you today is on the Peacekeepers level, sub-level Ice Caverns. Right from the very start level, if you walk out onto the platform right in front of you and do a blind jump and glide around the mountain to your right, you'll end up on a platform with 3 extra lives. That might come in handy.
Come on! Darn! Bomb up! Darn! Bomb up! Fire! No! Bomb up!
we take you to Tokyo, Japan, to the offices of Acquire Corporation for an inside look at the development team behind the hit PlayStation game, Tenchu.
Tenchu is set in 16th century feudal Japan. The player assumes the role of a ninja warrior who must use stealth, strategy, and espionage to become the ultimate ninja assassin. The player can choose from two characters. Both have different attacking techniques and unique motions for special moves. Rikamura uses a ninja sword for up to 3 sequential attacks. Ayami uses short swords in both hands for up to 4 sequential attacks.
With the user-controllable camera, the player surveys the historic Japanese environment while remaining undetected.
The player can use the camera to search for the enemy around corners and from rooftops. Strategically, it's one of the keys to mastering the game and critical to executing the various stealth kills.
All the character movements and animations are modeled from authentic ninja techniques.
In order to create the realism of the character's movements, we hired Sho Kasugi, a well-known Jiu-Jitsu professional, his son Kane, and several other experts for a motion capture session. Then we integrated their movements into the game, about 300 in all.
Through stealth tactics and precision, the player is rewarded with up to 20 lethal weapons, devices, and spells.
Tenchu has a unique targeting system that allows the player to aim weapons from afar. The camera angle changes to the first-person perspective and displays a crosshair. This helps the player attack with more accuracy.
Following a successful release in Japan, the production team went to work to make enhancements for Tenchu's highly anticipated US release.
We created 2 entirely new missions and in-game cinematics for each character, new weapons, plus we made substantial improvements to the enemy artificial intelligence. With the enhancements to the AI, the enemies react with more realism. A palace guard is alerted by the sounds, like a throwing star or barking dog. They call for help when under attack. There is no other 3D game out there with a smarter AI.
Tenchu. Live by honor. Kill by stealth.
Let's do it! Whoa, jump! Whoa, jump! Whoa, jump!
Maybe I went a bit too far.